Oh, hello, hello. How's it going, people? Oh, hey, Cheese, what's up? How's the volume? Everything sounding all right on your guys' end? Hey, hey, Cheese. So, get to have some boring fun time for about, you're gonna do the Newbie Jam? Heck yeah, cool. Go for it. I think that's a good idea. So, we're gonna do a little bit of boring stuff. I realize I don't know very much about the animation player in Godot, and so I'm just gonna watch a couple of videos and try to get familiar with it really quick. And then after we do that for maybe 20 minutes, maybe an hour, hopefully not longer than an hour. um I'm a very visual learner. Watching someone else do it first and then going and trying to do it myself, that's I like that move. So we'll probably just watch a couple tutorials, hang out, chill for a little bit, and then we'll kind of get in the nitty gritty. The game plan numero uno is I need to get this block function working. So I know how to do a ping pong paddle. I can do that. That's fine. That's easy. That's that sounds like the move. But I don't know how to spawn one or make it attached to the character. Um so I need to kind of figure out essentially how I'm thinking it would work is if I learn how to do the same animation for I don't know, a sword slash or something. You have to extend the hitbox for that sword slash to count. So I'm going to try to figure out how to do something like that, and I think the animation player and C shapes is how I'm going to have to do it. I just got to learn how. So we're going to chill, hang out, watch some tutorials. Appreciate you. Din said, I don't believe I've seen you in chat before. Nice to see you, my friend. Yeah, first time chat. Hey, Din. Or sad. Do you have a preference? Yeah, I'm just floating around a couple of videos really quick, trying to see which ones kind of have the content exactly what I'm looking for. So the game plan is to I need it to have two requirements essentially. For it to work as a baseline. We need it to whenever I'm facing a direction and I click the block button and I hold the block button down, it'll put a shield out in that direction. Like a ping pong battle paddle type thing. Just a collision blocker in that direction. And if I turn the other direction, it'll do the same. I don't know if I want to let it move around with you or if you have to stop and do it. You're from the Newbie Jam Discord? Cool. Well, thanks for coming and hanging out. But yeah, we're gonna kind of figure some stuff out. Oh, you're Bumbeezelbub. Well, thanks for coming and hanging out, my man. Ooh. We are gonna watch this little call to action because I do like this guy's content. Right, so yeah, thanks for coming and hanging out. Okay, so I keep seeing so many other good videos and I keep getting distracted. No, I just need um, changing hitboxes in script. Godot 4. How to implement hitboxes and hurtboxes. Ooh, GD Quest has one. Cool. Useful. Adding that to the list. Click action there. So what kind of game are you working on? Bumblebees? I don't know. Do you have a preference on what I yap at you? Proper collision shape flipping. Yeah, that's literally the thing I'm wanting. Okay, we might watch a little bit more than just like 30 minutes. Oopsie. This is kind of how I do my learning. I usually watch about a movie's worth of tutorials without really touching anything. I might take some notes. Um and then I just try to retain as much of that as possible watching other people implement it and then just try my best to do it myself. It might be a slower route, I'm not sure, but it definitely has like sealed the stuff in. Cuz like I don't come from a programming background at all. Din's fine. Okay. Yeah, I don't come from a programming background at all. So I'm definitely like brute forcing my way through this. Okay. Yeah, very much so. I try not to like follow along a tutorial because like then I don't retain it at all. But if I'm like, all right, I have to like hold on to as much of this as possible and take that in with me. I probably will miss like a couple of things, forget a couple of things, but I'll at least start knowing like what questions I need to ask whenever it's time for me to start like doing my own research. Okay. I think we're going to do maybe like one more video. Do it the same, watch it 2 times the first time and the second time I go along. So I used to do a lot of like driving, like DoorDash, Uber Eats, and stuff like that. And I tend to like listen to stuff at like 1.5. But I found if I'm trying to like actively do something, my thinker don't work that quick, unfortunately. All right. Yeah, what kind of projects are you guys working on? Oh, Devworm's got like a whole thing, and he's very, very like comprehensive. So okay, I think I'm ready to start throwing stuff up on the YouTubes. I think I got everything situated. Make sure my screen's set up right. Alrighty, transition, and it worked this time. Cool. All right, so this is completely unrelated. I just noticed it while I was flipping through, and it's just a short little 4-minute thing. I really like Code Monkey. He's very informative, but he does like a lot of selling courses and stuff like that. I'm not necessarily the type who's going to buy courses, but I'm going to just like see what this is about.
For something similar to how all of you helped me with my free kitchen chaos course last year. Back then, I asked you to help me by clicking on the video and watching it to help give it a boost in the YouTube algorithm. All of you helped quite a lot, which in turn helped make that the most successful video on this channel, almost 3 million views, which in turn means that a lot of people learned from it. When I went to Unite a while ago, most of the people that came up to me, they said that this video, this free courses, was what really helped them. Now I'm about to launch 2 more massive free videos, and I need your help in very much the same way. First, on this Friday, I will publish the C# Complete Beginner to Advanced video. It's 12 hours long. It covers all the video lectures for my C# course. So everything from beginner to intermediate to advanced. Now I've already published some of those free lectures already, but right now it's as 3 separate videos, which can make it hard for someone to find all the videos. I'm guessing right now a lot of people can find the beginner section, but might not have found the other 2 videos. So by making this one into a single huge video, hopefully that will help. That way I can point people to just this one video when they want to learn C#. And then secondly, next Friday, I will publish the free version of my DOTS course. This
Okay.
video will contain about the first start of the course, so about 6 or 7 hours of free DOTS knowledge. I really hope that this video does well. DOTS is really awesome, but there's not much learning content right now.
So this isn't something that's going to apply to me specifically for Unity, but I am like interested in like object oriented.
Just reading the official documentation and samples. So I really hope that this free course reaches a ton of people and manages to help a ton of those people take advantage of this awesome toolset. Since DOTS is more of a niche topic,
Do I have it down too low?
More normal step-by-step course on making a game,
I can turn the volume up for you guys.
So because that, I can
Oh yeah, it is very low. I'm sorry about that.
But I can make a nice long free sample. I definitely made sure to include many
that better,
of the
guys?
concepts, as many of those as possible in the first few hours, so that even people who cannot afford the full course, they can still learn how to use this awesome toolset. So that's my plan. I need your help to kickstart the videos in the YouTube algorithm. I would love it if these free videos also ended up helping tons of people, just like my Kitchen Chaos course.
Was that better, guys, or do I need to turn it up a bit further? I can do that. It's not a problem.
DOTS is a pretty advanced niche topic, so for this one, even with help, I don't expect the video to reach millions of people, but I would love if it could reach tens of thousands. It is an awesome, extremely powerful toolset, and right now there's not much learning content, so I really hope that this video helps change that. And for the C# one, C# is definitely a very widely used language, super useful in so many scenarios, not just Unity game development. I'm really happy with how all the lectures came out.
Just subscribe.
I really made an effort to cover pretty much everything as much as I could, so everything from the absolute basics until some super advanced topics. So I think pretty much anyone can learn something from this. Whether you are a complete beginner or advanced user, I am sure you can learn something. So for this one, I definitely would love if this video would reach millions of people just like my Kitchen Chaos course. So the way that I need your help is actually quite simple. The 2 things that the YouTube algorithm really values are click-through rate and watch duration. So when you see these videos in your timeline, click on them right away and watch them for a long time. Or if you have YouTube Premium, just download the videos. Hopefully you'll learn a lot by watching these videos. And then if the videos get some like a 10% click-through rate and maybe a paywall in order to maximize...
It's audible now? Okay. Let me see if I can just turn my overall volume mixer up. Okay. He's also content to be quiet. All right. Now, be very cautious because I don't want to blow out any eardrums.
Collisions are very important. Without collisions, games would be a complete mess.
Groovy.
I mean, they might have the most important job, just stopping objects from moving through each other. There are all sorts of collisions like a collision 2D, poly collision, Y sorting, and even things like collision layering. And I've chaptered this video so you can skip around to the different sections of this video where I go over how to create these collisions step by step. This is episode 7 of the how to create a survival game in Godot. And if you could subscribe and drop a like so YouTube can push this video to more aspiring game developers, then it would mean the world. But let's get started with the full guide to collisions in Godot. So collisions, we have a lot to go over. So first of all, I just want to go to our world and I want to add a static body. And we're going to kind of use this as our folder for basically the collisions that we're going to go over in this video. So collisions. And first of all, we have a collision shape 2D. Now, collision shape 2Ds are pretty basic. Like if we just create a circle, we add it right here and we play the game. Well, we have a point where our player stops. If we go up here to the debug and we add a visible collision shapes and then we play the game, well, we're going to be able to see this collision.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Visible
So
debug.
that's pretty basic, and that can't, I mean, it's used for some stuff, but I think that, you know, it's not really too important because what's used for all this stuff is basic collision shapes, just like that, but they are
Okay,
in area
cool.
2D, so they're an area, and they're not actually a collision, but they're an area. So they can, it's like a detection zone for these. But for our collisions, we're going to go and use a poly collision. And it's called a collision polygon 2D. Because these are much better, and this is going to be the outline of the map. So we're basically going to trace the entire map with a collision poly. And to start it, all we do is we click, and then we add a point, then we have a line, and we take this line however far we want to go, and we can just drag it all the way around the map. We want to go to right here on the tree line, and here we go down, and we want to cross up, just like this, right? And then we'll go all the way around the map.
That's a handy trick.
And when we get to the end here, we don't actually want to click, because if we click, then we're going to finish it and we're going to fill it in. And we want
Reverse
to
wrapping
come
it.
up a little bit to there, and then we can drag it all the way up, and then we can just drag the collision shape all the way around.
So then you said you're doing a
just
low
like this,
poly
and then
horror
we can bring this
thing?
line all the way back down here and connect it to the original line.
Sorry, I just got to flip back through chat. You said you're doing like a 3D low poly horror type game. Yeah, this is such a weird trick doing it that way, but like having the entire world boundary as like one shape, that could definitely be useful in like a quick and dirty situation. I do have a suggestion, Din, if that's what you are into. Let me go to my itch stuff really quick. This guy right here. I did a full playthrough of this, well, the demo of this the other day. If you're into like the low poly, like PlayStation 1 type stuff, I would definitely recommend giving this a playthrough. It's called Requiem 1998. Here, I'll even. Just whenever you got some free time. Yeah, very, very fun one. Yeah, cool game, cool game. Okay, anywho, sorry. Getting distracted there. Carrying on.
Are the starting point, so we can make a full loop. And now you can see what this looks like, right? And this is going to be an actual collision, and it goes around the lake, and it goes around everywhere. And maybe this is a little messed up. So if it's messed up, you can click and you can drag these to change it up a little bit. And that is our collisions, right? Maybe we can drag this one out more. And this is our collision. This is our collision shape. So now we can't go anywhere. So if we click play on our world, by clicking F6, you can see that, well, we can't walk onto these. We can't walk into the lake. We can't walk, onto the forest. We can't walk off the map anymore. Now we have to go all the way around this lake to get down here to the bottom. But the problem that you're going to see is that these trees, for one, are in front of the player, and that's going to be an easy change that we'll change here in just a minute. And these trees don't work at all. And how are we going to fix these trees? Well, these trees here are going to be Y sorted, and we're going to have to Y sort these trees. So to Y sort these trees, that's going to be a pretty more complicated collision. These two were super, super basic collisions, but Y sorting is going to be just a little bit more complex. So basically, Y sorting is going to allow us to check if the player is in front or behind an object. So like this tree, if we're behind it, well, we want the tree to be in front, but if the player is over here, then we want the player to be in front, right? So to fix this, we're going to have to do a decent amount of work. So if we click out, it's actually not, it's only going to be like maybe 4 minutes of work, but it's, just more work than just a normal collision. And to start, we're going to go to our tile map. We're going to come down to our layers. First of all, we're going to put all of our layers. So we have Y sort origins here, and we're going to change all these back to 0. I don't know why any of these are even changed, but all of our Y sort origins need to be 0. And the Z indexes, whatever layer that we want to Y sort, we're going to keep that Z index as 0. But the other layers, we're going to have -1. So if we go to our tile map and we find our layers, well, layer 1 is going to be the ground, layer 2 is going to be like the cliffs, and layer 3 is going to be the layer that we want to Y sort, right? Because that's going to be all the trees. So for our Y sort layer, we'll leave Z index at 0, and we'll enable Y sort. And then for our other two layers, because those are always going to be behind, we're going to want the Z index to equal to nothing, or to equal to -1. And we're also going to have to go down at the bottom of our tile map, go to ordering, and we're going to have to enable Y sorting on the actual tile map itself. And then here in our tile set, we can open this up. We can open up what tiles that we want to actually have as collisions that we need, or that we want to have collisions, and we want those collisions to Y sort based on whatever other collisions are in the game. So for example, this tree, we can click on it. We can click select on this tree, go to paint, click on a property. And first we're going to actually have to go up here to our physics layer and add an element. We're going to have to add a physics layer to our map. And then we can go here and we can say physics layer 0. Click on this, and then it's going to pop up this little zone. If we click on the little cursor, we can drag it around the trunk, because that's going to, that's going to be where we want our collision. That's where we're going to want our collisions for our tree to be. And just for these particular sprites, this tree here is going to match this tree, so we can just do this. Then we're going to go click on this tree, and you're going to see it's going to be off. So if we go and we realign these, well, it's going to look more, uniform, and it keeps adding them, but that's not that big of a deal. We click it, it's going to, realign the little collision. That's going to be the same for this one. And then just one more that we have to fix up, and it should not take too much time. Just like this. And then we can click on this, and you can see that it fixes up the collisions. So the collisions are now fixed. If we were to play the game, we would have working collisions. So if we go to our world, click play, you can see that the trees now have collisions. Now we can't go in front or behind yet, but they do have working collisions on every single tree, right? You can see the little collisions. But if we go back to our tile map, well, we can actually add a Y sort origin, and this Y sort origin is going to be what, is able to, if we go to paint, we're going to have to do physics layer, and then we're going to have to say our Y sort origin. And these Y sort origins are going to have to change based on, whatever it is. So if we click on this tree and we change up the origin a little bit. So if we go -5, we click on it, you're going to see it's going to bring it up. If we go to +5, you're going to see that it's going to bring it up. So if the player walks in front of this, then it's going to be in front. If the player walks behind this, it's going to be in the back. So let's say we want 10 maybe. What would 10 be? That's okay, that's like the trunk. And then I guess if we do 10 on all these, maybe a little bit lower. Maybe 12. Yeah, okay, that's going to be a little bit better. And then on all these trees, we can do 12 because that's going to be towards the bottom of the tree. And that's what we need, is towards the bottom of the tree. So if we save the scene, you can select these. Would 10 be? That's okay, that's like the trunk. And then I guess if we do 10 on all these, maybe a little bit lower. Maybe 12. Yeah, okay, that's going to be a little bit better. And then on all these trees, we can do 12 because that's going to be towards the bottom of the tree. And that's what we need, is towards the bottom of the tree. So if we save the scene, you can select these tiles, and you're going to be able to see that we have collisions and we have Y sort origins now, right? So if we go and play the game, well, are we going to have Y sorting yet? And you can see that we do not have Y sorting yet, but everything should be set up for Y sorting. So why is there no Y sorting? Well, our player, if we go to our player, we go to our kinematic body, we go to ordering, our player does not have Y sort enabled. So if we enable Y sort on our player, and then we go back to our world, and we have to enable Y sort on our node 2D up here at the very top, we click play. Well, you're going to see that now our player is behind the tree. Now our player is in front of the tree. Behind the tree, in front of the tree. The apple trees, though, they also work. So now everything in this game is going to work. The sticks also work, but you can't really see them because they disappear a little bit too fast. But if we save the scene and we go up to our debug, we turn visible collision shapes off, we click play, you're going to see that we can walk around just like this around these trees, and they have Y sorting. We cannot walk into the lake anymore. We can't walk into this forest, but you can see that the forest is now in front of our player like we wanted it to be. And down here, this is going to be a little messed up, but that is, I guess, because of our tiles. It must be because of our tile set. Okay, and that's going to be an easy fix. So if we go to our tile map, we go down here to layer 3. We can just remove those from layer 3. We go to layer 1, and we can add those back to layer 1. And now if we go to our world and we click play, you can see that Y sorting works on the trees, works on the apple tree. And that, the only reason we were able to like pass through it there is because we don't have a collision on our apple tree, because we'll have to add that separately. But you can see down here that everything is fixed. Everything works nicely. The trees work. And if we want to fix up this apple tree real quick, then we can go up here to our apple tree, and then we can go to the apple tree, and we can add a static body. Because this is a node 2D, we cannot add a collision 2D straight to it. But if we add a static body, we can rename this as just the collision, because this is going to be used kind of as a folder. Then we can use our collision shape 2D. we can add a shape and we can move it to where we want to on the apple tree, just like this. And now our apple tree is going to have collisions. So if we go to the world and we click play, you're going to see that the apple tree now has collisions, and we can't just walk through it. We can still walk around it, but we can't just walk through the tree anymore. And you can walk through the edges just because we don't have a collision shape up here on the leaves. But that, if you want to make the collision shape just a tad bit bigger, then you can, and that will not happen. But yeah, the apple trees now have collisions. We can go collect the sticks, and we can, obviously everything else that we can do in our game is working just good, and can't walk in the lake, and all the collisions are good. But how do we do collision layering? Well, basically collision layering, you have to have a mask and a layer. So if we go to our tile map here, we're going to see that we have collision mask, collision layer. If we go to our player, you're going to see our player down here has collision mask and collision layer. This is going to show basically if it's on, let's say, the mask 2, and then let's say the enemy's on the mask 2, or the layer 2 and the layer 2. This shows what it can interact with and what it cannot interact with, and what can interact with it and what can't interact with it. And I know that may seem a little complicated, but next video I'll be going over how to create an enemy, and a big chunk of that video will be explaining these collision layers and assigning mask and layers to different nodes so that all the collisions come together and they work perfectly good. So if you want a visual
All right, I muted myself so I didn't just like keep yapping over them. But all right, cool. That was a pretty decent rundown on kind of like tile map stuff. Not quite what I was looking for, but definitely like stuff I wanted to learn nonetheless. I might end up using it a little bit. All right, now we're gonna do this one. I think this is a silent tutorial. If you guys don't get any text, that's why.
Okay, in this example, we're
Oh
going to
no, I
build
just didn't hear it last time.
melee combat. So we've got our basic movement left and right. I've modified the original character controller for 2D so that when you press up, we jump, and space, the UI accept, will play our animation, and we've got our little hitbox that's running. So we can see we can move up to the enemy, attack them, the animation will play out and run through. And we can see this collision box or collision shape is disabled when the attack is not running, so that collision won't work, and then we enable it. Now we've used this using an animation player rather than the traditional animated sprites. So what we're going to do is quit out, and we'll start with one example that's got a character with an animation that is static, and we'll go and use those animations to create our character. Let's get going on that now. So what I've got here is a basic environment which has got a character that's just got a single sprite on it, so sprite 2D, and some enemies that basically have a sprite 2D for that using just the icon and a collision shape, and they have been assigned to the group enemy so that we can detect our detection. We've also got a basic floor and our camera which is attached to this. Our player has a collision shape and a sprite, which is just an idle sprite, which I've just downloaded from a free open source pack. Haven't got any other animations on there at this point because we're going to handle those later. And our collision shape for our player contact. If we run this, we can see we can move left and right, and spaces jump. So we're just going to modify this just so that up is going to be jump and space is going to do an attack. So this is just using the standard script template, so it's no changes at all yet. So what we're going to do is change this from UI accept to UI up. We'll test that one again. Now up is our jump, and we're also going to go and handle our button press. So if input is action just pressed, UI accept, let's just do a little print for some debugging purposes. And now when we press space, we can see we are now attacking. But our character doesn't do any attacks. So this is what we need to solve. So in this pack, I've got a whole bunch of animations. Remember, you can actually download the game at this state from leonardisnow.com. Link will be in the description. And what we have is
That's cool that he has like the
attack.
pre-setup state.
A running. So let's just show the process of how we deal with the running to start with. So I'm going to go and add a child node to the player, and it's going to be an animation player.
Okay.
to make sure that that's actually attached to the player. There we go. So animation player. We're going to add an animation. So let's make a new animation and let's call it idle, because that's what we're currently on. That's going to be our auto started one. And our sprite 2D is just going to be exactly in this position. We don't actually need to change anything. But what we want to do is click the little key next to the texture. So anytime we go into the idle state, it's going to jump back to that graphic. Now, what we're going to do is now go to the animation player. We're going to add a new animation. Let's call it run. And we need to work out how many frames it's going to be. So I'm going to look at my run object here. And we've got 8 across here. So what I'm actually now going to do, on the animation player, click on our collision shape. And I'm going to drag this, not collision shape, sorry, onto our sprite 2D. And we can, and we also want to set our, not on our run, on our idle, the horizontal and vertical frames. So they're all locked in our texture. Horizontal, vertical frames, we're resetting it back to 1 each time we start. Now we're going to switch over
Okay.
our run animation. On our sprite, we're going to just drag the run animation. And we can see it's got a few too many. So we're just going to modify that to however many frames there are. So now I've got that correct. So we've got 8 horizontal frames, still 1 vertical frame.
Okay.
And I'm going to lock in the texture. Let's lock in the horizontal frames and the vertical frames. So let's see how this works. So moving. Okay, we haven't got any triggers to change between them. That's to be expected. We haven't actually told it to go and play any of those animations yet. So let's just save what we've got there. And let's jump back to our script. So what we're going to go into is we're going to find about line 23, our direction. So we're going to basically, if we're moving, get our animation player and play the run animation. If we're not moving, get our animation player, play the idle animation. So let's look at what we've got here. We'll run this and we're moving, but we're not running through all these different parts of the animation. It's only going to that first frame. So let's see why that one is happening. So we've told it to run, but let's actually go and have a look at our sprite 2D. We don't actually have any other frames here. We've only ever dealt with the first frame. So make sure we're on the run animation. What we're going to do is get the different frames. So we're going to keyframe these. So we're going to get the first frame, just create that one, then second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th. So we've got all these frames now. Let's have a look at what's running now. Okay, most of it's there, but we're not spinning our character around. So let's have a look at what's going on here. So we're going to jump into our script. So, okay, we can tell our character's moving, but what we also need to do is work out which direction they're facing. So if direction is greater than 0, so basically they're facing to the right, we're going to make the sprite scale positive. So we're going to get sprite2d.scale.x is assigned to 1. We'll copy and paste that. So else if it is less than 0, it's going to be a -1. So save that, test this one, moving left and right.
Oh, that's an interesting way to do it.
Okay, we've got our little pause, we've got a little issue there, so let's save what we've got, jump back onto our animation, let's switch back to the idle. Once again, we don't have a frame here, because we've got to add that at the start. So let's jump back onto this first one, we've got our texture, and let's key in right at the very start
our first frame. So let's get our idle animation, let's drag that in, lock that texture, add it as a first frame. Now, sometimes if the frame's not loading properly, what you might just want to do is just go and clear the frame out of there. We can just drag it back. I might trash out whatever's in there. So we'll just once again drag our icon back, lock in that frame, lock in that first frame, and let's test that. Now we're going to pause and a character jumping. There's no animation
Interesting.
for attacking yet. So that's going to be our next step. So let's jump back to our animation player. And we're going to now go and add another animation. And we're going to call this attack.
Yes, the
And
meat
we're
and
going to go through
potatoes,
all these
finally.
similar stages. So jump into Sprite 2D. This time I'm going to drag my lunging stab on. Let's lock that one in place. Let's see how many we've got. Let's look at 10. No, not quite right. 15. Let's hit play. Once again, we haven't got any animations because we haven't added any yet. So we're going to lock in the horizontal frames, lock in the vertical frames, and now just as you did before, go through all the other keyframes. Let's play it. Now note my animation here is only 1 second long, but it's actually going out to about 1.6, so let's just change that. And let's now play our entire animation. Okay. Okay, we might have wanted to actually change this earlier, so let's actually just clear that out and just make sure we're getting things right. So we'll jump back onto our Sprite 2D. We're just going to jump back at frame 0. Keyframe that first frame. So we're getting all of these other frames that pop through. So it's really important that you actually extend that out so you've got all the animation. You can always trim it down a lot easier afterwards. Okay, let's jump back to our idle. Let's set that as an auto start. And we're just going to jump back to our script. And let's go to where we've got our is action pressed, and let's go to attack. Let's play our animation. Animation player, play the attack. Okay, it's only playing 1 frame of it. Still not doing any damage. But the rest of it seems to be going okay. Now, the reason for this being, we play it. But then the next frame, it comes around on the next physics process. And lo and behold, hey, are we moving? Yeah, so it's going to overwrite it. So what we're going to do is this is not a best way of dealing with this, but what we can add in is an if statement to see if the animation that's currently playing is the attack one. So if animation player, its current animation is not equal to attack, we play the run animation, and we're going to do the same with the idle. So let's test this now. So it plays out that whole animation. We can still move. It's not the greatest sort of look, but hey, it does the job. Okay, so we've got our attack working. Let's remove that print message because we know that's now working. What we now finally got is we need to do some way of actually doing some damage. Now this is the reason why we're using these animation player, is because we can actually add collision shapes onto this. So we're going to switch back on our animation player. I'm just going to make sure I'm on the idle animation because I'm going to set up as a child of my Sprite 2D. I'm going to add an area 2D, and let's name that, call this weapon area 2D so we sort of know which one it is. And I'm going to add a collision shape to that, and I'm just going to make that, let's say, a capsule, for example. I might rotate that 90 degrees, and we're going to make it, say, 5 and maybe 20 wide. Now I'm going to go back to my start frame here, and we'll just save that. Now what I want to have happen is that collision shape on the idle screen is going to be disabled.
Okay.
And I'm going to go to the very end of that animation and also make sure it is disabled all the way through. To debug this, I'm going to go to debug, make sure my visible collision shapes are on, run it, and we can sort of see it's stuck there. At the moment, we don't have any code to do anything else on this. So let's jump on animation player. Let's switch to the run. It's going to be the same. We just don't want to do anything with it. So we're going to go back to that collision shape on the very first frame, lock that in. The very last frame, lock that in as well. This is so that when we change states, it's always going to end up in that same position. Save that. Let's switch back to our attack. Now, if we play this, we want this collision shape to follow the blade. So, first state. When we're in attack mode, first frame is going to be disabled. So at this point, we're going to move our collision shape so we can see its transform has changed. So we're going to modify that and lock it in. And we're also going to enable it. We can see it's now switched blue. What's really important to notice is that we always, if we're going to move this collision shape, we need to also lock in the position before we start. So we got those in there. Let's go to our next frame. We're just going to move
Catch you later, my man.
across
Appreciate
a
you for
little bit.
hanging out for a bit.
So we'll lock that transform in, and now we're going to turn it on. So it's now not disabled. Going to go out to here. Let's take our collision shape out. We've modified that transform again. Stays. This is the position where it's going to next move, so we're going to lock in that position. Our next step is it comes up to here and it also rotates a bit. So we also need to, now what we'll notice, if I lock this rotation in here, oh, all the other rotations have actually modified. So let's undo that change. And let's also lock the rotation in before we go to the next frame and rotate it. So it's a transform. So remember the key things are lock everything in the right position before you move them. You can see little diamonds for the keyframes for these changes that are being recorded. So we know those are now keyframed in. Always just go back and play it just to see if it's doing the right things. Okay, jumps up. I am now at this point going to disable it as well. And our weapon is now going to return back to where it was. So let's do a 90-degree rotation. And I'm just going to lock it in. And that will keep that through there. So let's just play that, see if it works. Cool, so we've got our little attack running, which is all very cool. So sometimes we might need to just go through back and make sure this collision shape is actually fixed in this position. So let's just lock its, reset its position and rotation so it's in the right place on the idle and also on the run. This is just that when it switches states, hey, everything is all in the right position. So we can see our animation. It's actually playing out relatively nicely. But we haven't done any damage yet. So what we now need to do is, just like you would normally with one of these, go into our weapon area, on our signals, remembering that our enemy, or what we're hitting,
Okay.
is part of the enemy group.
I think I understand enough to try to dive in and do something. So, take our handy dandy notebook here, handy dandy obsidian. Also going to take our handy dandy music for the background, which I accidentally got rid of. Oopsie oopsie. So what kind of game you brewing up, Cheese? What you thinking?
Hello world.
Oop.
Did you know?
Oop.
Not knowing
Ooh, I like that. That's cool. As a slug. Ooh. That's nasty. Alright, so node shield relative to root main player. 2. Oh, yeah, I don't need this. Integer division. Decimal part will be divided. Yeah, fine. Failure orb is declared whenever you block. Loop. Okay. Process. Okay. Oh, it's upset because there's not a ball currently. Okay. That's fine. Okay, so don't need that. See if I've got a mentioning of shield anywhere else, because we're just starting from the ground up with it. Okay, so we got the player right here. Going to attach animation player. Our animation stop. So I guess we create a new animation, and we're just going to call this block animation. Let's see. I think once you block, we do want it to last like 6 seconds. I don't know, that makes sense for my D&D brain. Commit to the action for 6 seconds. Maybe that's too much time. Maybe 2 seconds. Alright, so move this guy back over here, and we are going to... All of these are locked in. That's fine. We are just going to produce a was it a static body? No, this is gonna seem stupid. Add another one of these. Call it. Oh no, I do want like an entire like animation, like with a sprite and everything attached to this. So we're gonna make. You're gonna have a little character body attached to you. You're got a character body that's child of a character body, and we'll just do a color rec for now. I'll probably add something else. And then we are going to add collision shape. Make it a nice big bright red color. Clicky clicky. And we are going to make it a rectangle. Actually, we're not going to make a red color. We're going to make it more of a purpley color. Make these guys more of a goldenrod yellow type color. Firefighting as a slug. That sounds really fun. Alright, so... Actually, before I get too committed, let's see. We're gonna do a bit thinner. Let's see. Transform. Rotation. How is this legal? Oh, it's gonna piss me off so much. Why is it doing that? One of you guys is snapping to grid in a way that I don't like. It's the shield. Save that. Now we're gonna go back to the animation player. Pull that all the way up here. Animation player. Our first bit here. Don't have anything going on here. Movie clip on Finish. Active. If true, the animation mixer will be processing. True, the blending uses deterministic algorithm. The total weight is not normalized. Accumulated means that the number of tracks between the blended and different. Reset on save. This is used by the editor. If set to true, the scene will be saved with the effects of the reset animation. The animation with the key reset applied as if it had been seeked times 0, with the editor keeping the values that the scene had before saving. Root motion. Okay, I don't know what that means. Audio. Okay, all that. Process. Method. Okay. Interesting. So we are going to go to shield. Collision. Going to be disabled. So we're going to start with it disabled. Create new track for property disabled and insert key. Hold shift and click the key icons. Okay. So we've got that going on. I'm gonna have this key here. And then go down here. Alright, so whenever you click it, this animation is going to start playing. So I want it to be I want it to be kind of responsive. So we're going to say, yeah, that's not that far. Not very far at all. We're going to enable that. And one-way collisions on. Okay, let's go back to where we were. All right. One-way collisions. Ugh. Okay, so yeah, about right here. Okay, I see. That's fine. I'm excited to play yours. I'm hoping mine ends up working well. Alright, so I've got this set up now. We are going to now turn the collider on, lock that in, turn one-way collisions on, Okay, so okay, so it only does top or bottom. That okay, so we're not even going to worry about that. That's fine. And then yeah, I wanted to just say 2 seconds. So we'll just go all the way to the end of the animation. Like 1.967, sure. And then we're going to... Oh no, we're just going to let it go. We're going to let it run all the way out. And then disable it again. So then color rect going to be just a visible. So we'll have very, very beginning. It's not going to be visible. And then at the very, very end, it's also not going to be visible. Right? Now, at the exact same frame, right here, as this kicks in, or to make it feel, I think, feel even better, like you get like a brief moment. Yeah. Now it's going to be visible. Click it on. And then yeah, and we'll just turn off the visibility right there at the end. I think that'd be how that works, right? So now I'm going to go into the script here. Our block is going to just go player dot play block. Okay. Oh yeah, I don't have it like on an input or anything. Oop. If input dot is action is action just pressed block go here and just make sure that we're so it's currently disabled because we're in first frame. Then we're going to go down here, and these are separate animations, so I don't need... I guess I do have the block animation. It's going to have to play both of them at the same time, I guess. That's fine. It's jank, but it works. Theoretically. Okay, so I'm gonna go in here and we need my script for the direction. See, I don't want to just flip my animation. I want to flip the whole player. player face direction of movement.
Okay, most of it's there, but we're not spinning the character around. So let's have a look at what's going on here. So we're going to jump into our script. So, okay, we can tell our character's moving. What we also need to do is look at which direction that goes in. So if direction is greater than 0, so facing to the right, we're going to make the sprite scale positive. So we're going to get sprite 2, 2D scale x is something. Copy paste that.
Okay. So player scale dot x, one or the other. Hopefully that works. Okay, so if direction, start there. But if direction, then how did that end up doing it the rest of the way? Greater than 0, less than 0. Direction greater than 0. Set scale dot x equals 1. Else if direction 0, set scale dot x equals -1. Did I copy that right? Oh, no, I don't need to do set at all. Yeah, because that's just going to do cell. Alright, let's see if that worked. He is freaking out on that one. Okay, okay. Let's try flipping those around. Oh, nope, nope, I almost ruined my jump script. Oopsie, let me get out of there before I break something. Alright, so let's try making it. Oh, I see what I was doing wrong. Doing shift commands so much earlier today. I was trying to press shift instead of control. Okay, so I think on main screen here, I may have set my character's scale. Weird. Yeah, I did. We're just going to set this back to 1. And just see what I look like on the map there. Like, I'll just keep him at... Yeah, that's fine. We can be a little dude. Blink, 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 blink. Alright, yeah, it gets very confused. So, did he fix that somehow?
So, else if it is less than 0, it's going to be a negative 1. So save that, test this one. Moving left and right.
It's caught in the middle.
Pause, a little issue there, so let's save what we've got. Jump back onto our animation, let's switch back to the idle. Once again, we don't have a frame here. So we've got to add that at the start. So let's jump back onto this first one, we've got our texture. And let's key in right at the very start. That first frame. So let's
Mm-hmm. Greater than 0 would be 1. Else scale dot x equals scale dot x. Like otherwise it'll just like leave it alone. Oops. See if I was just overcomplicating it with that if direction statement. Okay, getting very upset about that. So let's minus 1 here, regular 1 there. We're gonna go into my other. Let's see, We're so close to having it. So close to it working. Why is it freaking out like that? Hmm. Let's see if that fixes it. Huh. You know what? Do set scale dot x equals. We're moving to the right. We are increasing, so we are going to want 1 theoretically. Scale dot x equals -1. All right, let's see if that fixes things. So yeah, just that's the part that's getting me. Okay, let's try flipping around. How we doing, y'all? Thanks for coming and hanging out. Let's see if that works. Why? Is there something that I did wrong with, say, like, the sprite? Maybe let's bring it all the way up here. It seems dumb, but that might do it. I'll be honest, I don't really understand. Okay. Block, title, no, front. Okay, they're all facing that way. Flip page, flip page, flip page, flip page. Go in here. Flip. No. H. What? We're gonna I bet it's because that's probably why he had the sprite set up the way that they did. It works for the shield. Not sure why that method isn't working. I'm gonna try something silly really quick. Well, that didn't do what I wanted it to at all. Alright, so we are going to do this one. We're going to just make you go bye-bye for now. Yeah, even okay. I don't need those. I deleted my particle effects. I might be cooking. Hold on. Throw you here. Will you a player? Don't have to type as much. Alright, so animation player for the shield. Okay, so if direction doesn't equal 0, if direction is greater than 0, anim dot flip h equals true. A player dot scale dot x equals 1. Possibly. else if... I really have no idea if this is going to work how I think it does, but we'll see. For greater than 0, excuse me, less than 0, make this false. And then we'll make the animation player scale -1. Probably gonna get weird because I think I messed everything up a lot worse. Attempt to call, play, function play in null instance on the instance. I see. You got your menu set up? Nice, nice. Okay. Very nice. Animation player. Okay, so that's not going to work. So make ready variable shield, possibly, and then we'll say shield dot scale dot x. We're gonna figure this out. By George, we got it. We got it. He has unlocked the lexicon. I didn't do it efficiently, but I did it. So now our block function. Right. Block. That a velocity dot x equals move toward make velocity dot x move to 0 by, let's say, like 4 times the acceleration, like just basically instantly. 2 seconds feels much too long. We are going to get 5. Can I just drag you? Yes, I can. Thank you for being reasonable. Alright, let's see how that looks. Now, put the lighters on it. without the colliders on it. There we go. Cool. I think I can do something with that. Alright, Cheese, I'm gonna take a little break, go grab me some water and stuff like that. I think I am at a spot where I'm happy with how the script works. I think I'm gonna tweak something. So I think I've got going on. So I've got my dude running around. Of course, we need to change that. And if you click, you'll get like a little quick shield. But if you hold it, you'll get it to where it'll start like petering out like this. I think I'm gonna make it to where like that period of time where it's disappeared is a bit longer, and you can like hold it for maybe like 5-6 seconds in just one spot. And yeah. I think we just make the entire setup just a little bigger. Cool. I'm happy with this. Alright, give me 1 second, buddy. I will be back in a little bit, y'all. Transition. Transition. Hey guys, we'll be back in just a moment. I may have realized that I haven't eaten in about 9 hours, so I'm grabbing myself a little snack. Just keep chilling. We'll get back to I think we're gonna mess with either the tile map or hell. We'll see one way or the other here in a second. Yeah, I'm gonna grab a dinner real quick and see y'all in a bit. I'm still here. Oh, sorry. Realized I hadn't eaten in about 8 hours, so had to grab some dinner really quick. Munching that down really quick. I'm almost done, and then we'll be back to it. I'm just not here for like mukbang content. It's not my thing. All right. We are back for real this time. All right. Transition. Okay, so the move now. Let's see. We have the block function fixed. It works now. Now just to tweak for duration. Tweak hitbox. What did I mean by tweak hitbox? Character's hitbox. Let's go into the orbs really quick. Or is it main scene? That's the one that's spawning 30 orbs. Yeah, let's just have you chill out for a moment. Kind of just see what we got for a second. So I've got some ideas on how to fix that. So I now need it where I have some sort of structure that if it gets hit by the ball, will be big mad, big upset. So we have this hitbox here, this setup. So let's do another one. So we're gonna do, okay, we've got this hitbox. This is a kill box. So I'm gonna call, so that one's hitbox. I'm gonna call this one out of bounds. Bounds. And then we're going to create another setup. So another area 2D, and then within that, a collision shape. collision shape 2D. That collision shape we are going to make make it into a circle for now. No, we'll make it into a square. Just a square. Okay, so I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna bring the new guy down in here, doing the collision shape. We're gonna call this one defend point. So we're going to put the defend point as like a goal right here. Collision shape like so. And we're going to node on body entered. Make this main. And then we're going to do all of this just because that's an easy way. So this one's already made. That's area body 2D, which is the out of bounds. So I'm just gonna make a note. This is the out of bounds area 2D. Alright, now we should have another one, yeah, on defend point body entered. Take all of this, place it like that. Body Q3. The heart has been beat. And then we're going to modulate the player color and do the whole thing over again. So I'm also going to make a entered collision shape here. Cool. Oopsie, I was grabbing the wrong one. Pinpoint. Just throw right here. Maybe this will work. Perhaps, possibly. So on defend point body entered. Oh, because we have no body is all. Do. And then area body 2D entered. Hitbox entered. So this one's going to be on defend point body entered. Here. What can I call it? Yes, okay. Now theoretically it should just pop right through there and just start getting mad at me fairly quickly. Yep. Okay, cool. Cool. So now I have my defend point made. And we are going to do the exact same thing to make the bad guy's hitbox. Or, no, we're going to wait to do that for now. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. We've got a defend point now. Alright, so let's look what we got. Let's look what all we have. I think it is time for us to implement an enemy really quick. Like, yeah, we've got the defend point. Hey, we're gonna put the defend point back down here. Okay, so the defend point's right there. Then we have let us see. I guess this means I'm gonna have to make another character on the sprite sheet. So give me one moment while I reconfigure stuff. Privacy screen time. Do. So we are going to, I need to dig up these guys. Your game's starting to form. Yeah, mine's like getting into that point where I'm starting to like feel confident that I got something going on. We're just now like hitting that. I want the bad guy to be out of all of these. Ooh, I think I found it. I think we found it. Okay, so dude. Very excited to get the chance to play yours, Cheese. Hoping mine comes together. Cool. Okay, now I can go ahead and bring stuff back up, I think. Okay, so we got this little dude here. So, going to brush, steal the white color, steal the background. Now let's see, how do I want to make this dude mine? Standing like this. No, the feet bring it together. It needs the feet. Also needs that. Bring this down. No, they know what they're doing. I'll leave be. I'll leave well enough alone. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm happy with this. I think we file, export as, call it bad guy. Export Patronum. Bring this up. File Explorer. Do where did you export to? File. As by default, you went to here. It says you are here, but you are not here. Export as. That thing. Hey. Export. Oh, okay, whatever. We'll bring you into this mess of code here. Beautiful. Alright, so alright, so we're going to make another character body 2D. This one is also going to have an animated sprite. And is also going to need a collision shape. The animated sprite, we're going to go over here. Animation, click this guy, new sprite frames. So I got vertical 1, horizontal 4. Click catch that everything right? Yep. Shoot. Shoot. All this casting. Is there a way for me to like flip all of these? Ability, animation, transform, offset, flip H on. We're just gonna always have flip H on this guy. Just make my life easier. Let's just see what this looks like as is. Let's make this 5 frames long and replay it again. Or make it not loop. So we'll do another animation for him. We'll call this one idle. And I think I need to bust out another animation really quick. So let's just try that. Export as that guy idle. Export back here. Here. Add in. And again, I just want these two. Let's just do, let's see, half a frame a second, see what happens. Okay, so keep it at 5, but I think have you hold on to this frame for like 2 of them. And we'll hold on to you for like 3 of them. It's giving Game Boy. It also is giving he's like teabagging you, but like whatever. Nothing I can do about that. I mean, it is my game. There's plenty I can do about that. Nothing I'm gonna do about that. Right. So be a little forgiving. You can get the orb like right here-ish. Right, so slider needs to go up here. And I think we do one more animation for him just like yapping. Call it yapping. Yeah. Alright, so for yapping, these guys. This one. Dump. Let's see. Yapping looks. Let's try like a 2 to 3 and just see how that works. Yeah, that's way too slow. Honestly, I think on the ones is fine. Yeah. Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. Cool. So now, save you. Call you bad guy. Bad guy scene. Bad guy. Alright, so this is the part where we make bad guy appear in here. I'm also a child of Maine. We find where they took my boy. Oh, they made my boy so tiny. So player, it was animated sprite scale set to 4. Okay, so we will also set the scale of view appropriately. Maybe more so. Maybe. Yeah, you're big and imposing compared to our little dude here. Yeah, that makes the teabagging all the worse all of a sudden. That's fine. Whatever. He's a big goal now. Very big goal. So actually, I just realized we're going to want that collider right there. So that's his own collider. That's his personal happy-go-lucky, make sure he doesn't hit the world collider. So we're going to you'll drag and drop-o, put homie where he belongs. And to add a label to him. Move the label up here. Yeah. I'll get a thing in there a little bit. All right, so and add this. Bad guy got no. And character body 2D. Cool. That. I'm just gonna say conc ready void label dot text set text. set text value. Okay. Label dot set text. Yeah. Function process float if input dot is action pressed block label dot set text. Why you hiding? Else. Cool. So now we need to give the bad guy his own hitbox. So we're gonna add another area 2D. And exist under him. We're going to add another collision shape. So now that collision shape, this area 2D, I'll attach to this guy. I'm going to make you a rectangle as well. Debug to cool. Move lot the view down to a more reasonable level. And then we are going to bad guy hitbox. Okay. Yep. Alright, so I now have to send a signal on body entered. Connect that to main. Replace this with ball because we only want it to happen when the ball goes through. We're going to do on ready for this guy. We're going to go down to his script, class name enemy. Now he'll identify as an enemy. Go back up here and make this static for the enemy class. Alright, so Alright, so once this happens, we are going to want to do all of these things right here. But we're going to want to print bad guy hit. And then replace this is going to be bad guy. Populate. Baddie guy. You know what? You can stay baddie guy. I don't care. And then we can do baddie guy dot label dot set text. Owie. And then baddie guy dot label dot set text. Take this. Okay, we're gonna have to do something else to test this. 1 second, Joe. Sorry about that. Wifey just got home. Want to give them some attentions. All right, so yeah, we're kind of coming along swimmingly. So let's get this guy's animation player set up. So we'll need to do already variable. Not doing the label. We're doing the animation sprite. All this sprite. So type shit done. Blah, blah. Ready. We're going to sprite dot animation play sprite play. Hi. Do I have idle set as a loop? Idle's a loop. Yeah, loop. Okay. So function ready dot sprite dot play idle. Idle the flow. Cool. So that's set. Then we'll do sprite dot play yapping. Sprite dot play. Okay. So we're gonna do sprite dot play idle. Actually, we're gonna do sprite dot play yapping here. I'm gonna have him probably just start talking at the beginning, and then once the game starts, that's when the text kicks in and then stuff will be going on. Sprite dot is play. Okay. If sprite dot play is play, idle. All right, so if not sprite dot play idle, so if not sprite get animation idle, animation sprite dot animation doesn't equal idle. Okay. Let's run through this again. So he's gonna be playing the yapping. If input.isAction press block table.set else action idle. Okay. Go to his animation player. Oh, I see. So, if sprite dot animation doesn't sprite dot animation equals yapping. Wait. Create timer. How do I do the create timer function again real quick? I know there's like a super simple, just like, oh wait, blah blah blah. Ha ha ha, it worked. Okay. Alright, cool. I've got animation set up for the bad guy. We are going to figure out where the bad guy's hand is. Here. So, where's your coordinates? Show me your coordinates. 2, 5. Okay, cool. The reason I need this number is because I'm lazy and don't feel like figuring out how to actually make this orb know where it's supposed to spawn from. So we're just going to make its position. Alright, so we're starting at X. We want it a little bit closer to the right, so we're going to do 1049. And then 203 is damn near perfect. It's actually a little bit higher, because as we go up, we'll do 195. Theoretically, this should start making it look like homie is throwing spells at us. Theoretically. Alright, so we're gonna have to adjust this a little bit further. Do 35. And 170, and we'll see if that's far enough. Closer. So we'll say 1005, and then, yeah, maybe? Okay, so now main going to just pass the ready function. Then you're going to go to the bad guy script. And you're going to do main dot onward. So theoretically, he should start yapping. Yes. Oh, I love that. Are there more elegant ways to do this? I'm sure there is. I'm yapping, and I throw a ball, and I throw another one, and I throw another one. Alright, cool. So that. Do sprite dot play casting. .15. Mhm. At this point, we will do our label set text to blank, and then sprite dot play idle. So he should go plop 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 with 3 ping pong balls. I'm yapping. Take this. Alright, so come on, somebody hit him. Ow, take this. Cool. Alright. I basically have game. So now, defend point, gotta make that actually do something. Okay, so I need to make I think I have to make my player character feel nice. I think that's what I have to do before I start doing art. So we're gonna go over here. So I don't like my jump force. And I don't like the shield. With the shield thing, take the whole guy, bring him out about like so. Put him into the third layer. I think my orbs also, yeah, my orbs also exist in layer 3. So I've got the shield here. Going to this way. Yeah, and since it can go into the ground, this thing. Yeah, it's about 2 of him high. Collision shape, make it larger. I only keyframed that other stuff. So now we can use So we have to keep the shield aligned with the center. It is the collision shape. And this is how I have to do it. That should fix it. Okay, so now we need to, I think I'm going to make this a 8-second thing. As right now, pops it up. So click it and it just kind of appears. Here's where it's disabled. Here's where all of this color rect becomes visible. Delay it by just a little bit. Then push this all the way back about here. Okay, so I think we need to add just another little. I think we do another color rec for now. This one's gonna be a very small guy. Here. Say layer ability. Do this in here. Boom. All right. Okay. Here. Do a bit of yellow tint. Oh no, I wouldn't want to do. Trash that. Do Sprite. This, but we'll have to connect the whole of modulating. Boom. And say first few seconds are fine, no big deal, no big deal. And about the 3-second mark, we're going to want some like grain to be indicated. Make this a discrete element. That in here. So top beginning from this point right here, we're going to want this to be like something like that. See that there, that back here. Right here, going to go back white. This one. So, up again. here. We'll just do a here. It's getting yellower, it's getting yellower, it's getting yellower. Oh. Building up, building up, building up. Pops. And then we'll do here. Copy. Here. Right here. We will finish off. Stop. Play. It's gonna slowly build up color. Slowly build up color. Pop. And then you're gonna kind of have a whoop where you can't use it for a little bit. So let's see how that ends up looking. And yeah, and then you can't activate your block again until the animation's over. Okay, I do have to make it a bit clear when that is over. I think we can cut this down to 7. Be right here. And just like copy and paste. No. It's worth a shot. Right here. Do another. Another dose of yellow. Oh, I didn't want to do it there. Go here. Do it here. Make another key. And then right here, we will do that. And then I'm going to make another color rect. This is going to go behind right. We're going to make it yellow. I'm just going to go behind the sprite. We are going to make it purple because that is really hard to see. We'll bring it down to here. Okay, and so layer, color rect right here. Cool. Invisible for right now. So we are do right here. Going to make this one staff It's just going to be like a brief flash to be like, oh yeah, you got your power back. It's just going to be visibility off, hidden right here. The very end, right here, we are going to pick it on, and then at the very end, right here, go back off. So, see. So this should go wah, powering it up, powering it up, powering it up, pop. Okay, so I can actually move. Take you back to right here. Just need like a very brief flip, and then once the flip's gone. So okay, so let's color correct somewhere I like a little bit more. Ain't quite doing it for us. Oh, I see. I see. It's because my character is currently in block state. It'll probably be like in run or jump. Yeah, there's so many potential states that you could be in. I don't feel like messing with it that much. So we're just let's just kind of see what this looks like and how dumb it looks. Okay. I think I can smooth this out a little bit. I think something like 4-second lifeline would be best. So that in mind. that back here. New. Here. Flashy, flashy, flashy for a second. 5-second lamp instead. Phone should be able to charge it for a little bit. What was I doing? Okay. Yeah, we delete these ones and white working for You're all good. I'm just kind of tweaking stuff. I think mine's gonna look more like a product demo than an actual game. I'm a-okay with. I'm not here to knock anyone's socks off. I do think I'm about to end it for the night, though. Yeah, that feels a lot better, having just like a few moments. And then yeah, you can't do that. So do want to I have my animations handled. Action, press block and play. Wait. And see if I can just make the block animation like last longer. Maybe that can be a easy workaround for now, so I don't have to worry about it too much. Block. I'll just make it last. We got 5 frames per second. Okay. 5 frames per second, and we'll just make it go through like 15 frames of this and just see what happens. So let's go to our animation handler. If anim dot animation equals block. See if I wrote that right first. All right, so wait, anim dot finish animation. Else right, so if it's playing the block animation, right, so function on ready anim dot play idle. Okay. Get there. We're cooking. I'm gonna do one last test, see if I can get this working, and then I think I'll call it a night. For the night. Oh crud. Jeez, I didn't realize you've been yapping at me. Okay. Yeah, that's not really working the way I want it to. Try playtesting a bit. If you want to send me what you got, I'd be willing to try it out and give you some notes. At least like some point tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be able to do it on stream or not. Let's. All right, so. Dot play. Okay, let's see. Okay, I think I'm pretty happy with what all I managed to get done today. So let's make sure I kind of understand what I have done and what I still need to do. So we got the block function fixed, done. Hitbox has been tweaked. We have made both an enemy weak point and a defend point for ourselves. We didn't get to the one-way floor colliders, but we did polish the animations the tiniest bit and made the paddle something that's kind of fun to play. I think let's see. I might have an idea on block. If input. How am I passing stuff? It's if input dot is action. Press block. Action just released. Block. A player dot stop. Yeah, cool. All right. That was like the last thing that was kind of bugging me is like I wanted to be able to let go early. So you can like move around, but like once you're casting it, you're stuck just jumping. You let go. All right. Yep. It is make a game state and make a map that I actually like playing, and then make things pretty. And I have game. Cheese, if you'd like, I can make a XE version of this for you. And just like I might be able to just send it to you. We'll see. If you'd like to give it a little go and just kind of see how it feels. I'm gonna put some more effort in it. Maybe just a little bit here and there, but a big portion of it come Tuesday or Sunday. Yeah, I got pretty much that was the main thing I wanted, was to Alright, well, I'm gonna get out of here. I'll catch you later, buddy. It has been a pleasure. Peace out.